Hello everyone, this is Paul Reform Nerd. I hope you're doing well. Happy Monday. Welcome back to Factorio. Hopping back in where we left off yesterday. We have made a bit of progress. I've actually got a almost quasi-functional bus going on. Hey, Quiz! You're not late today. um, Good morning. Oh, no. What did I... Oh, okay. Well, fine. I'll go pick that up later. But we've got our supply chain kind of functional. We're trucking in iron and copper. Got 2 full buses worth of material for those. Kind of doing it a bit inefficiently with the train setup here. Got the uranium coming in as well. Got nuclear power up and running with more than enough nuclear power to see us through the foreseeable future. We've got fairly easily accessible coal and stone that I'm hoping to pump in today, and potentially even get the crude up and running as well. keep. Yeah, I've been trying to do that. I've got the old one pretty well covered, and the new one as well. At least what's built for the time being. But a couple of more will be useful as I build out, especially in this area here. But yeah, all in all, I think we're holding together fairly decently. Our outposts are, however, a little bit weakly defended. Here I've got literally a wall with a couple of turrets um, uh, standing across the bay from this monstrosity. Which is making me a little bit worried. Same with here. We've got a couple of turrets with a bit of ammo, and that's kind of crucial for my nuclear development plans. So the first thing I wanted to do tonight, I've kind of refreshed my memory a little bit. Oh yeah, and I do need to do a little bit of belt work. I think I've got at least one red splitter on here that's going to cause problems. Yeah. And I think we were pretty much out of our red belts, indeed. So we're gonna drive back up to the old base. How you doing today, Quiz? The week off to a good start. I don't know why that door is not closing. But it's not really that urgent of an issue. Yeah, we're down to a increasingly shrinking supply of copper. It's up too late. But a bit nuke happy. Did you go nuke happy, or did your spider force go nuke happy? Alright. We'll get a few tanks up and running right now. Oh, sweet. Just got invited to the embassy in Bishkek. Bishkek. Oh, if that's what I'm gonna bother to accept. Bishkek is the capital of the Kyrgyz Republic. I think I'm vaguely familiar with that. Yeah, let me go ahead and get a few blue splitters made. Central Asia, yeah, it used to be Kyrgyzstan, but they rebranded it 10, 15 years ago to Kyrgyz Republic because it sounded less post-Soviet. Same thing with the opposite of what Czech Republic did. They rebranded themselves a few years ago to Czechia, which every Czech I've ever met has hated and is extremely opposed to. So Czech Republic is no longer a thing, but Czechia is. So they match more Slovakia, but all of the Czechs say that it makes them sound more like Chechnya rather than a semi-modern Western associated diplomatic state in Eastern Europe. Sounds more post-Soviet. Yeah, I agree. I went to the Czech embassy party in Hong Kong. Not embassy, consulate. When I was there last month. I used to live in the Czech Republic, so I have some friends there, but none of the Czechs refer to it as Czechia. And I was walking around, just talking to them. I was like, "So, what do you think about this whole Czechia thing?" And they're like, "Oh, like, I hope we switch back." Central Asian, yeah. So I think it's between Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and I think borders Iran, if I remember right. But that general vicinity of the world. My personal theory is whenever you add qualifiers to a country name, you generally are proving that those are fake. Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Not democratic, not for the people. like, you're trying to sell me on something, aren't you? My favorite one is United States. Not much united anymore, I tell you that. But the real name of the country of Bangkok. My old Thai roommate tried to teach me it. Krungthep Mahanakan Aman Ratangalokinson Manithrara Ayuthaya Mahadilok Pop Naforet Rata Tahani Burium Udam Marchganiwet Mashanet Aman Piman Awatan Sathit Sakathayataya Witsanukam Prasit. That's the actual real name of the city of Bangkok. And it translates to City of Angels, Great City of Immortals, Magnificent City of Nine Gems, Seat of the King, City of the Royal Palaces, Home of Gods Incarnate, erected by Vishvakaram at Indra's behest. But we call it Bangkok. But the city name is basically like the most beautiful city of holiness and leadership and kingliness. It's like, no. Shut up, go away. I'm all for cultural center, but I'm not saying that. Neither do the Thai. I think the name that the Thais call it is like Krung Thep. Yeah, Krung Thep is what the Thais call it, which is just City of Angels. So it's like Los Angeles in Thai. Man, I'm feeling like the Soviet Union in World War II here. The T-42s all lined up and ready to go. T-34. Oh, fuck. You're 100% right. I'm glad Big Red is not back yet. He would never let me live that down. Oh, shit. Oh, hey. Oh, my God. How about that for foresight? Looks like we didn't need it. Okay, I kind of don't like the positioning here. I think this is... a relatively safe place to park it. I don't think I've been attacked by it from the south yet. Might build something around it later. Shells available for this one. No, I appreciate the correction. I've been a World War II enthusiast. So there's no excuse for such horrendous oversights. No, I think we could just remove that. It's probably more than we're ever going to need, but... keep a spare one there. We'll fill that up as soon as the ammo is available. Oh, shit. Made 6 of them that quick? The hell yeah, I'm impressed. We'll get you pumping out some more blue. Alright, what else am I going to need here? I'm going to be setting up another train. Two of those up. Might need a few more tracks. Bunch more inserters. But to be fair, though, with my World War II knowledge, I am a bit more Pacific-centric rather than European theater. And even when European theater, more Western Front than Eastern Front. But, personal bias and all such. We don't really teach the Russian side of things all that much over here. Well, not like I got most of my knowledge from classes by any means, but okay, now that one is... Actually, I don't think that one ever had ammo. Just serving as a nice distraction, hopefully. So where are these guys coming from? Guessing from one of those three. Those are practically different wars happening concurrently. More common with how the war was prosecuted. Yeah, that's definitely fair. I mean, even the Russians call it the Great... shit, I forget what they call it. But yeah, even for them, they call the war something different than World War II, and even the peace treaty was signed on different days depending on who you ask. Okay. I think I got what I need here to get started. I'll go ahead and let you sit here for a bit longer. Great Patriotic War. Yes, sir. That's it. I've actually tuned into the May 1 military parade, or no, the Victory Day parade in Moscow every year for the last 4 or 5 years now. So I should know that one off the top of my head, but I feel like all of the knowledge I possess have been slowly getting pushed out of my head recently and replaced with thoughts of Factorio. Oh, I should grab some more yellow belts. Yeah. Before I get too far along, I'm just going to go ahead and run back and get that. I'm close enough that it's just a quick jaunt at the moment. The Russians really take it. Yeah, yeah, a bit. You're gonna stop? Okay, it stopped. You're up to 70 shells. I had a busy day today. Today was the deadline for us to put in requests to use our current fiscal year or budget. Because we run on the academic cycle, so my budget year goes July 1 to June 30, but the fourth quarter, all of the money you have left over goes to senior directors, like the senior leadership, so the vice presidents and the presidents. And then they basically get to use whatever's left over for whatever the big important needs are for that year. So the entire day I was kind of piecing together some travel requests and booking my hotels for the various trips and plane tickets, and the whole time I'm just like, what if I build tanks and leave them around the map so I can fight off invasions until I can get my flamethrower turrets set up? I'm just like, then I might have a problem. Oh god, yes. And it's such an inefficient system too. Because, like, at the end of the day, you want to use the money for things that your department needs. And, like, our incentive is to kind of blow the money on things that we didn't think were worth paying the money for earlier in the year. So I bought my assistant director a TV to put into our office, and I sent my secretary or approved my secretary to go on a professional development conference in Scotland next year, because like one of her life goals has been to go see Scotland. And I mean, she's a secretary. she really doesn't need to go to Scotland for professional development. But I have some plans for her that her job might be getting a little bit more involved with the day-to-day things around the office. So I could justify it. But she's mentioned she's considering leaving for a better paid position. So I was like, all right, I can't offer you more money. But would they send you to Scotland? Oh yeah, she is amazing. And she's totally underpaid for what she does. Which is kind of my fault. So it was the least I could do. Doing this when no one has power? It's a little confusing. You mean the perks to the unappreciated? Yeah, well, trying to at least. A system that incentivizes wasting money. Yeah. There's a Star Trek episode, Voyager, if I remember correctly. The hologram doctor, yes, so it's Voyager, got abducted by this like hospital planet, and like they had different levels of the hospital for the rich and the poor, and like the level of healthcare that they got was completely different based off of wealth. And the one thing that the people, the doctor learned. Oh, fucking. Yeah, so the doctor learned was for the rich people level, they would authorize and use medicine that they didn't even need because if not, then the next year they would get less supplies because they didn't use the entire allotment that they received the year before. So they were incentivized to overprescribe and overuse so that next year they get at least as much, if not more, than they did the previous year. And as a kid, I'm thinking like, oh, that's such a stupid idea. And now as a professional, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. There. Now we got my grids connected. Giant, you're gonna get a kick. I set up an entire 480 megawatt reactor just to make steam, not make power, because I was getting annoyed and never having enough steam for recipes. Is that a mod thing? I don't. I'm not familiar with steam as a recipe. Well, Star Trek wasn't political. Well, this is Voyager. That's 1990s Star Trek. But yeah, I've seen a bit of the original series, and it's always been political. I myself have always felt a bit of a kinship for the Ferengi. They're the caricature of the ultra super capitalists. A Domos mod. Bunch of the chem and oil recipes to use steam instead of water. That sounds like a headache. Oh, how about that? Oh. Yeah, fine. I'll pay to have one more. But yeah, compared to how long it took me to get a supply train up and running for the other resources. I feel like the stone one was a breeze. Those are red. I feel like yellow should be sufficient for stone. I don't think I need to splurge just to make it red for the sake of it. Yeah, just knowing how things work does make a pretty big impact, yes. Old science builds. Roughly that per second. Strain on the rest of the system. You don't say. That does sound a little straining. That's way more than I need. I feel inclined to overbuild just for the sake of everything matching. Skill and speed. Two of my strongest qualities. My middle-aged colleague and I were talking today. And she knows I'm a bit of a gamer, and I mentioned, how the hell we get into this topic? Oh yeah, I mentioned Venzu, sending me some hotel recommendations and shit for Manila. And she's like, wow, that's pretty awesome that you were able to get hotel reservations for playing a video game. I was like, yeah. You meet some pretty cool people. And a lot of not so cool people. Doing a bit of streaming. And, so she was like, so, do you, are you like an e-gamer? It's like, oh, hell no. Like, I'm not good enough to be competitive in anything. But, plus the games I play are usually not ones that you can really envision as a sport. And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, the game I'm playing right now is that you build and optimize a factory. She's like, there's games like that? And I pulled up a quick and simple video of like just a Factorio factory in off the YouTube, and it's like, yeah, no, it's really dangerous and really obsessive because like in the early game, like you add a steel furnace, like just one furnace to make steel, and that consumes more iron, more steel, which consumes more iron, and suddenly you're not making enough iron for the other thing that you need iron for, and everything breaks. And you spend 3 hours trying to fix the problem you create by making a furnace that you didn't have the capacity for. And she was like, that sounds awful. And I was like, it is! That's Factorio! E-gamer, yeah, e-sport, yeah, like we have like on our university we have a couple of professional teams, Dota, League, Rocket League. She's like, are you like one of those kids? No. Definitely a bit on the less cool side of gamer life. But more fulfilling, I must say. Factorio actually moved into my number 3 position of most played games as of last stream, at least in the Steam era. I think probably the original Rome Total War might have a little bit more if I could track my old CD-ROM usage. I have a feeling I might upgrade this to red. Wandered around for that. So how the hell? Guess you have to do like something like that to add to the belt. Wow, yeah. Is that how you're supposed to do it? I used to play WoW up to Burning Crusade, Cataclysm. I definitely didn't pass Cataclysm. So yeah, I think it was Burning Crusade. I finally threw in the towel. Yeah, I don't know if that's proper or not, but it works. So I say that's good enough for me. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I could remove the belt from above. Oh, shit. That's your fault, Quiz. But no, that's a fair. So I don't even need that. So I can put these back. Yeah, I figured that out last stream, because that's exactly what I did with the other things. Something in my driveway. Oh, the neighborhood tabby's back. Oh, fuck. I still need to do a little bit of a flux in the belt. But I can get rid of this and have no need for a splitter, or at least a splitter on this side. Need 2 yellow belts, can do 1 lane of blue and not be limited by throughput when using 1 lane. 1 lane of throughput. It's the section in front of the splitter. Yeah. But I think the lower throughput on stone and brick shouldn't be problematic. Simply for the sake that it's a lower demand item. Is that completely incorrect, or there's some logic there? Stone doesn't belong? But you need stone for a few things, don't you? How do you get to the recipe? Isn't there a way to see like what you can use it for? Rails, stone furnaces, landfill. And you need rails and stone furnaces for the signs. And actually, that brings me to a question I meant to ask you. So I'm planning on my liquid bar down here. And you need coal for plastic. The only other thing I can think of you need coal for is grenades, which is probably going to be a little bit lower down on the bus anyway. Would it make more sense to bring the coal in down here and move the coal up to the grenades? Because I didn't really think it had enough of a need to be on a belt. And I had kind of these picked out to be 2 green, a red, and a blue circuit. So this would be my circuit belt. Purple uses electric furnaces, which are bricks and not stone. Okay. You might have just won me over. I completely thought that that would have been... But circuit, I'm going to take them at the location. What else would you put on the bus then? So we got steel, brick, iron, copper. What would you say is a higher value item than circuits? Smelted and coal. Yeah, except for... because I was kind of running over the factory in my head. And at the very least, what I have unlocked now, I've only got coal heading into grenades and plastic. Plastic, yeah, plastic. But then I'm gonna have to get plastic. Okay, I think I can work with that. I've got an idea of how I can make that work. Now I got a shit ton of bricks I don't know what to do with. That's never gonna work. couple important buildings later, and it's nice to pave with. Speed boost, plus it makes your factory look nicer. Actually gives me an idea. Oh shit, that goes fast. About to say, where did I leave my tank? Oh god! I left the tank. Getting way more shells than it needs. It's twice as dense. Piping petroleum around. Yeah, that is a bit of a bitch. Yeah, you got more than enough of everything. Honestly, that's not a terrible number of shells. Oh, wait. I'm the Waymo of the Soviet Union. Oh. No, it's fine. I don't think there's any children getting off of school buses around here. You have a radar? Oh, mod. Oh. All right. 17 radars? That sounds like a perfectly reasonable number. basically got the same effect because they were always remote controllable like an RTS unit, as well as drivable. Yeah, it feels like being able to see what your remote controlled device is doing. I mean, even our FPV drones have cameras. That doesn't seem so futuristic. Unless the bugs have anti-electric warfare capabilities. All right, so where were we? I hope I'm dying. No, no, I'm dying. Never run over by your own tank. Well, you did say you like watching the newbies play for things you've never seen before. Consider that the highlight for tonight. No ideas about. You didn't specify. Once again. Oh, you can run over bugs, no problem. I like to see new things. Well, I think those are a little bit too close to the cliff. I don't want them to be within spitting distance. Substations. When do I need substations? Get sick of the reach of medium poles. Oh, okay. That hasn't started to irritate me just yet. Anything outside of space age? Cool. Got a little pocket there, but I can work with that. All right. I think that's acceptable. I'll fill this out later. I think I'd put one here. Beacons later, you'll probably want them since the builds with beacons can get cramped, but beacons are strictly a nice to have. And what are beacons? Wow. Even after I've connected both bases together, I'm only at 18 megawatt. I mean, most of the northern bases idle and doing nothing, but all right. So we've got stone set up. We use oil and coal. I think oil should be the next priority. And these don't look too big. This one's just getting into pollution range. Really? My copper mines are generating so little? Oh, because they're at maximum capacity. There's nothing being produced at the moment because the train is unloading copper, not loading copper. These particularly modes, some recipes to essentially give you free cycles that complete at a fraction. 10% every 10 cycles. That gives you a free cycle. Okay, I can kind of see the appeal in that. I started watching a playthrough of one of my childhood favorite games yesterday. Super Mario RPG. They have a mechanism where if you have like a perfectly timed parry, you had a percentage chance of getting a free bonus turn or extra damage or blah 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 blah. Storage chest. Passive provider chest. Oh, this is bot shit. I was gonna say, like, what's the difference of a storage chest and the iron chests I've already been using? Or steel, excuse me. Oh shit, I don't need those. Because you can't put oil into a chest. Slows down your machines with speed modules so you can counteract the speed decrease by investing in speed. Okay. I'm so afraid in this area that the train is going to start and run me over that I don't even look at the road. All right, so far so good. This one, however, looks like it would be the biggest problem. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Maybe just that one that's a little bit closer. All right. And I've cleared out a fair number of trees, so it'll be a little bit easier to get a wall up. Yeah. Perfect. Let me take a peek down here just to make sure there's not a nest I'm not aware of. Seems relatively clear. Or at least no surprises. Uh, Passive provider is a sealed chest, but the bots have access to the contents. Passive because they only take them to fulfill requests as opposed to active, which push contents to storage chests. It's to store things, usually from deconstruction. You need to set requests for chests that logistics bots will fill. And the logistics network, they will get it and deliver it. Information of things, buildings, low throughput, high complexity recipes. Are locked behind space science. A small space platform to get them. buffer chest, which sort of act as a hybrid. I have a feeling that once I start using bots, that will make a lot more sense. But it feels very complex, at least on the starting point. So that's the coal deposit we want to develop. Actually, I thought the cliff was those trees, but go ahead and move that back to here. And I'll go ahead and park a tank there eventually. It seems a lot more complicated typed out. Yeah. Oh, most things in life are. Let me explain this to you. I actually started my MBA straight after my bachelor's degree before I had professional experience, and ended up not completing it because I was like, I feel like I'm getting a lot less out of this than I would in a few years after working for a bit. Then I went back and finished it. After working a couple of years in a company, and got a lot more out of it than I originally was. So I'm always a big fan of real world experience. Thank you for the grenade deforesting tip. That has proved to be useful on multiple occasions now. Uni straight out. Yeah, I agree. Bit of a flawed system. For the bachelors, I guess it was enough. But by the time you get to the graduate programs, yeah, definitely need the experience to make it more worthwhile. Alright. I'm running a little bit low on walls, so I'll probably reinforce this one a bit later. Not like walls on their own are going to dissuade much in terms of bug action. But they'll at least serve as a bit of an early warning mechanism. Uni. Oh, yeah. I also call it uni because I did my MBA in the UK. And my first career experience was with a British university, or business school, technically. But my friends also are confused when I use it. Oh, actually, I have 7 of them in my pocket. Is that it? But college is a more confusing term for everybody. Because I went to a college for my bachelor's. And you also have like King's College London, which would make you think that, yes, even in the British style, it means the same thing. But then you have the whole 7th form A-level GCSE, no, GCE, GCSE complexity thrown in. I'm just like, can't we just all get together and agree on terminology? Is that asking too much? Oh, I have an odd number of pipes. I wonder how long I've had a broken something or other. Okay. No. There we go. And do I have regular pumps? Five. College. Nearly secondary, tertiary institution run a religious group or Catholic or Anglican. Ah. So the Aussies even make it more complicated by throwing in the third variant. Beautiful. Finish my bachelor's. Corporate nonsense. Oh my god, yes. Needless crap. If you think you have needless crap, you should check out the American version. We still have the core curriculum here. So a third to a half of your degree isn't even in the topic that you want to study. We have the 4-year degree here. I know Australia still has a 3-year with a 4-year honors option. Um, but yeah, here we have like a strict 4-year one. So a year and a half to 2 years of your degree, you're studying history and music and art. I want to be a chemist. I really don't give a shit about Mozart. I get that. Very little the actual technical things and yeah. Can't make myself care. I'm right there with you. I the American system feels very antiquated to me. It's like you're trying to come up with like a Renaissance man, like a because back in the day, having a degree meant you were an expert at a thing, but well-rounded in all of the other disciplines. And I'd say even 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, that was more attractive. now I feel like everyone's becoming such a specialist that to be able to be successful, we could probably get rid of about half of that core and kind of double down in what the hell you want to study. More interested in learning useful stuff. Don't you have to take English? Yep, yep. High school plus, exactly. And summer breaks, yep. Typically May to August. You need to cut exactly, yeah. Farming help. So yeah, it's just a very old system desperately trying to be kept relevant in a day and age that it wasn't designed for. Sorry, I have strong feelings about global educational systems. You know what, actually, let me make that train. Line up properly. What's special about the red tree? Alright, so we'll have those coming in here briefly. Oh, your system kind of feels like the patchwork of 18th century system. Yeah, mainly the Scottish. We took a lot of inspiration for our education system from Scotland in the early 1800s, late 1700s. Because our first universities came online late 16, early 1700s. And all of the other subsequent universities basically just copied that. And 1880s to 1910s, we had the biggest expansion of the number of universities that we offered that existed in the United States, with like the land grant institutions, like the state university of whatever. Never mind. This is really, really boring topic. Yours an American. Yep. Using your to refer to a group. Oh, I think I don't think that's too different than how we would use it. I don't know. I've forgotten so many American idioms. I'm living abroad too long. Even when I'm trying to speak with other Americans, I'll want to use an expression, and I just don't remember how or like what it is. And I'll spit out something close, and my friends will be like, "Do you mean this?" I was like, "Yeah, that one." like the stupid shit, like a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. That one I remember, and that's why I used it as the expression. But quite a few of those I just have completely lost. Oh, I picked up copper. Damn it. So yeah, if you want to learn American, I'm not the best teacher. My friends also criticize me for using bloody hell too often. Or just bloody in general. A lot of American systems of legal and socioeconomics feel very outdated. Also, America is not a linguistic or cultural... Oh, God, no. I'm from the north myself, but I live in the south currently. And, I have a fairly generic accent. Rather neutral, if I may say so myself. And there are definitely individuals I run into around my area that I just cannot believe that we're speaking the same language. I feel like that's going up fairly slowly. I did add a third car. The other ones were only 2 cars. It'd be pretty much full if it was just the 2. Is this too far to pipe into this one? Probably. You got past the learning American. Good choice. Overly conformist, too prone to being polite over just seeing what they mean. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're pretty spot on. Do you think it would be worth it to kind of merge these fields together and just have one train servicing the output of both? If you know what I mean? Or is that just a really dumb idea? Where? Oil refinery. And how many oil refineries would you suggest? I'm thinking 3 or 4. That's what I had above. And I was kind of running into capacity issues. I got a lot more room now. Not necessarily a bad idea. Cool pull from either field. Circuit stuff. So, alright, so that might be a later thing. Or I could move the station down to here and maybe just be at the maximum distance of both fields via pipe. I don't know. Maybe I'll play around with that idea. Probably not tonight. But ooh. No, that's not new. That's the one that I already knew was there. But it's getting into the outward edge of pollution zone. At that point, why not just pump into the refinery? Could I make that work? Just directly link up to fields with the refinery? Like, how do you make the pipes go more than the maximum distance without losing pressure? Just more pumps? These pumps, right? Pressure isn't a thing anymore. Oh. Okay, well, fuck that. I'm going whole hog. Oh, that's my car. Where's my tank? Oh. Um, Probably not the best idea to leave that unattended in the wilderness. Multiple pumps together, they're additive. Tank probably thought I abandoned it. But honestly, that's the tank's fault. You should have run me over. Alright, I'll wait for this train to depart. Oh wait, no, I just picked up all of the pumps, didn't I? No, I think the pumps are still there. Oh, my tank's on the wrong side of the pipe prison. Oops. Just put pumps next to each other. Shit. Oh yeah. I definitely upgrade them to undergrounds. I don't know. I feel like pipes should be copper. Well, I'm trying to educate the biters. I teach them the right way to destroy. Hehe. Uh-oh. What happened? Overextended. Ah, that was the breaking point. Alright, so if we add a pump. Pumps reset. Oh, okay. I've got all of these connected. To say... I'll make this the midpoint. And... Oh, okay. Getting attacked. No, no, I'm not. Not... Okay, that's just... Okay. Sorry, I'm so used to those alerts, meaning... Put them more in the middle. Oh, but... Okay. Let me get them connected to the electricity first. And if I put them in line with each other... Alright, so now I've got 2 oil fields, dumping them into tanks. We don't do anything in series like that. put them in parallel. Like this. Oh. So this. Oops. Oh, the train must have come through. There's oil here now. So if I go to halfway-ish and I plop this in, does that help with anything? No. Okay. In that case, I don't need that. As it is unpowered, stop the flow. Well, I was going to power it. Pumping 120 a second. 8 a second. 8. Oh, probably because it's got their own tanks and filling up the train at the moment. Well, I'll wait for... that train to finish one more line. Or one more delivery. And I'll take it offline. And I'll use that for my coal. Well, I'm glad I thought of that idea and asked. Because a direct connection needs to be an improvement over train deliveries. And, it's a little exposed, but I think it can make it work. Yeah, I definitely remember pressure being a big issue in the before times. These look terrifying. Nice oil field there. It's probably not even worth trying for. More of a pain in the ass. Yeah. I mean, it's always a double-edged sword with such things. But I would say the convenience is probably worth it. Oh. Oh. Yeah, because you're using pipe to build the underground. So the pipe you unlock or uncover from the... Yeah, okay. I should have done that differently. Got too close. Where's my good guns? I only see the flamethrower. Um... Yep. Nope. Yeah, I checked the tank inventory. I saw the turrets and stuff, but not the submachine gun. But whatever. I'll just make a new one. All right. So without them to worry about. Don't need those. You know, I've watched enough of the Iran news, the Iran strike news to know that fire this close to an oil line is probably not a good idea. First I used nuclear as a kettle, now I'm using it as a glorified space heater. Oh, I use the same with my graphics card. My short-lived mining days during the winter. So something like that for my outer perimeter. I think that gives me a lot of space to play with. Oops. Fine. Absolutely unnecessary, but I think I made too many pipes, so might as well. Factorio isn't graphics intensive enough for that. No, definitely not Factorio. Or to CPU render. Probably wouldn't notice. But, you know, honestly, for as lo-fi as it is, it's still quite an attractive game. It's got its own little style. It's almost full that we can get this taken offline. High-res sprites. Love those triangles. Oh, the little T-junction things. Yeah, definitely went a little overboard, but I built too many pipes. I still wish I knew where that missing underground pipe is. Something's broken somewhere. But I'm pretty sure it's at the old base, not anything in the new one. The polygons, yeah. I'm gonna break the connection to the other pipes. Is that gonna help the train fill up faster? Technically, vertices, not triangles. Being 2D. The other tanks are already full. Not these ones, but the ones in the middle. I definitely need to put some satellites down so I could potentially remote defend. I have to go back and get my tank. That's not even close to excessive. Hey! Bye, train. Um... But if I took away the weight condition, it would just wait. But no, instead it's just going back and forth in infinitum. Okay, so wait for him to get back. He stopped. Alright, so I was hoping today to finish stone, coal, and oil. But it doesn't seem like I'm going to probably have time to get coal tonight. Oh shit. I took away all of your pipes. Pumps. It'd be a shame to waste all of that oil. Now let me get some refineries down. We can start. Oh! Where are you going? Oh, I guess these aren't full yet. Oh, okay. That worked out well. Yeah, I thought they were 100% full as well. Let me go pick up my tank just so I have it available for whatever probing attack is going to come first. Drop off a radar so we can kind of keep eyes on things. Rocket turrets with nukes. So let me see a bright green tinted flash in your cane. And you wonder why the bugs don't like you. And I never built the damn oil refineries. Yeah, did you ever answer me? How many refineries do you think I should get on board for the current moment? Oh, you need water too. It's not too big of a deal. It's just up down 10. That works for me. Six to 8 cracking chem plants. Oh, why did you break? Probably uphill. HMake 2, use that set up enough to get a little bot production up, then copy those to like 5 times. There is no up in Factorio. Besides, I was just going to make a space joke. You beat me to it. H or V to flip entities. Yeah, I figured that one out. Thank you, game. So yeah, any idea why the water would break there? Okay, it's not important. Hmm. Gonna move those tanks. But for now, that will work. Oh shit. Cancel, 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 cancel. I've got a ton of pipe. Oh, no, it was fine. I thought I got confused with it crossing the water pipe. But the problem was as I have nowhere to put the output. Okay, now that one confused it. This I can walk behind those a little bit easier. Alright, so I got 5 operational. And then those will go into chem plants. What can these do again? Plastics I want on the bus. What do you use sulfuric acid for again? Except for batteries. Actually, I have a probably terrible idea. But those are usually my favorite ones. This is stupid. So rather than having to deal with pipes coming out of the individual thingamabobs, I'll just have reserve tanks for each. And then I'll use that as where I pull the resources out of. That's standard. Oh, fuck yeah. This is kind of what I did up north. Where we pull them out 1, 2, and 3. Usually set up some kind of a circuit that pumps heavy and light oil to be cracked when they fill up too much. I'll get there. I'll get there. So we got an oil dump. 5 refineries filling up storage tanks. I'm gonna make a quick detour. It's uranium production, which I can probably turn off. I don't really need it up here anymore. Sulfuric acid I needed for the miners. Uranium miners. So how did I have this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, I already had 7 up here. That must have been really overkill. No wonder we're backing up. Then I was breaking down and making lubricant here. Okay. Don't really need... Since we switched all of the smelters over to electric, don't need as much solid fuel as I did before. Plastics, still gonna need plastics. Sulfur we needed for sulfuric acid, which is what we needed for the mining. Yeah. Okay, so this is my mining operation. Okay, that was just for the blue shit. This is for weapon. Ooh. I see some biters have moved into the neighborhood. We'll show them that that wasn't a good idea. So yeah, oh, flamethrower. Oh, and I will need flamethrower stuff because I'm gonna be building. This is crude oil. Oh, that should be easy then. No, no, flamethrower fuel is for what you carry around with you. What do you shoot with a flamethrower turret? So, yeah, I guess I just didn't make it too far in oil production because really I only resorted to it because I needed hard this shit. Setting up rockets. I would like to hope so. Once I get my science production going, at least. That's been neglected for a while. We're down to 13,000 coal. Well, I'm glad I set up the base when I did. Looks like we're reaching the end of the supplies in my spaghetti monster. Food and light oil gives 10 to 20% damage bonus if you use it instead. Okay. I should probably set up some lights at the new base. I forget that that was actually useful. So, smelting, I've got moved over. So, what do I need for green science? Military. Red, it's copper and gear wheels. That's easy. This is the first one that gave me problems. Ah, that's where I would have needed the sulfur. Advanced circuits and engines. That felt extremely difficult to do last time, but I feel like it's a lot easier now. And that was all 4 of the sciences that I've automated. And I made it up to this point before I gave up with the blue. Or the purple, or whatever the fuck it is. No, actually, I used all my grenades. Uranium is already taken care of. All right. So I feel like I've refreshed my memory on how the oil shit works. Factory's under production. So I don't know what I want to use these for yet. But I'll get them down. And I think I've pretty much reached the limit of what I can do with science up here. So I'm just going to yank all of these out. Nope. Missed one. Does the blue ever end? Yes, it does. Where the fuck did all of this go? Oh, that was for the blue science and the coal. What were you making? Guess it doesn't matter now. Don't try to comprehend the spaghetti. All right. So we'll take away that stuff that no longer has a practical purpose to remain up here. Then I'll adjust this to a different layout. But let's go ahead and get those dropped. So I'll make this general area science-y. This one fluid. Then the Great Belt of Madness here. And then energy. All right. I think I've got some semblance of logic going on. Much more than before. Fuck. Yeah, 2:30. Good looking out. Appreciate that. Still in a coal mine. Okay, so once I lose coal, I lose plastic and I lose grenades. Not terrible. Pretty much the only thing running now is weapon manufacturing. Everything else is pretty much at capacity and is turned off. We're still kicking out the occasional blue belt. And uranium, which frankly is irrelevant. Let me look at my schedule for tomorrow. Can I get away with a little bit more? Let's see. Meeting at 10, meeting at 11, meeting at 11:30. Lunch and then a free afternoon. Ooh, free afternoon is nice. But yeah, that morning looks less than fun. Oh, I got a 1 o'clock on Thursday with the boss and the boss's boss that I need to prep for. And Friday looks empty. Maybe I could take a day off on Friday. But yeah, I should probably call it. Oh. Oh no, I did that. I did that. Yeah. Because I thought it was a machine gun, but it was an explosive shell. But yeah, I mean, I think things are starting to come together. Oh my god. Looking at this after taking a trip down memory lane. Entertaining. Alright. So, Factorio. I need 20 more hours, and it surpasses Cyberpunk. If it gets up to 366 hours, which I think is a bit of a stretch, then it'll pass Hell Let Loose. But top three, I think, is pretty much guaranteed. Bloody hell, this game. Have a good one, everybody. We'll hopefully catch you Wednesday. I think I'm gonna try to hold off tomorrow, especially with the big meeting with the boss and boss's boss on Wednesday. But Thursday doesn't look too bad. Oh wait, shit. Did I screw that up already? Thursday is the boss meeting. So maybe I'll do Tuesday skip Wednesday and then do Thursday. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be my tentative plan. So I'll stream tomorrow, skip Wednesday, and stream Thursday. And tomorrow, I'm going to try to set up Cole, get the circuits running, and Thursday, maybe get the science working again. Yeah. I think that's going to be the plan for the week. But hey, till then, have a great one. We'll catch you next time. Sleep well and enjoy.